Hi, how are you guys? So we're doing something very unusual today. We're doing a collaboration with the Pacific Bonsai Museum. And there you see a bonsai tree here. And so we're making some glass to accompany the bonsai trees. Yes, to be sort of part of the display. So Courtney Branham, the guy with the long beard, he's a very excellent glassblower who works here, but he also works at the Pacific Bonsai Museum. So can we put up some of the bonsai slides? So when these trees are displayed, there's usually a tree, a container that holds the tree, and then a stand that the container sits on. And they're all carefully designed and proportioned. And so we'll be making some of those parts, but making them out of glass. Glass is not a traditional material for bonsai displays. It's kind of a new thing. And so we're going to be doing a variety of experiments today to see what glass shapes we can make to accompany this traditional bonsai trees. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to make a big glass bubble, big, on which that concrete stand is going to sit. So you see we have a little mold here on the floor. So we'll make 4 impressions on it to hold the legs. And so the concrete stand will sit on this glass bubble. So it's going to be a big glass bubble. What? Yes. The way that you work with glass is you dip the pipe into the molten glass, you blow a little bubble, you let it harden, then you dip it in again, get more glass, and you just build it up in layers until you have all the glass you need, then you blow it up like a big balloon. He's picking out bubbles. If there's bubbles or any kind of impurity in the glass, when it's hot and thick and gooey, you can just grab that section, snip it off, and then round the whole thing out again. Yeah, so it'll take a bunch. Each time we dip it in and coat it, it's called, yes, that's our glass furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of molten glass. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So that's what it looks like inside. The glass is kept at 2100 degrees, and at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. It's like a big giant crock pot full of honey. All the glass that he has is clear glass. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat. So what is glass? Glass is made out, it's mostly melted sand. There's 3 main ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. Soda ash is sodium carbonate. It lowers the melting temperature of the sand. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. But basically, it's melted sand. So leading our team today is Courtney Branham. Courtney's originally from Texas. He's an excellent glass blower. You can see his artwork at the Vetri Gallery, VETRI, in Seattle on First Avenue. He's working with our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team of glass blowers. The other people on the floor, they work for the museum. They're all super skilled. And we have a guest artist like Courtney. He leads the team, and everyone else assists him. So right now, we're just letting that bubble cool and stiffen a bit, and we're going to put more glass on it. Anybody got any questions? Natural gas. We have two kinds of furnaces. We have the glass furnaces, the ones that hold the molten glass. Those are 2,100 degrees. The round ones, the glory holes with no doors, those are 2,300 degrees. So 2,100 is as hot as the hottest volcano. Nope. The furnaces are on 24/7. The glory holes are only on when we're working. Because if we have 1,000 pounds of glass in the furnace, if we turn it off, it's going to solidify and tear up the furnace, and we can't work the next day. For heating and softening the glass while we're working. Glass is kind of like wax. When you get it hot, it gets soft, but fairly quickly it gets stiff again. So you do whatever shaping you can while it's still hot and soft, and then when it starts to get stiff, you go back to the glory hole and heat it up again. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, it could be made here. I mean, the things across the highway are made by artist Dale Chihuly, and he has a studio in Seattle, but his studio looks almost exactly like this, except no theater seats. Mm-hmm. Yes, when the pot is still hot. No, we don't let it cool. When I say when it gets stiff, it's still probably 1,300 degrees. Once we're done, we put it in one of these big black ovens, and we have to cool it very slowly overnight so it doesn't break. So now Ben is shaping the glass in a tool called the block. That little scoop-shaped tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. Every once in a while, the steel pipes get hot. When they do, we take them over to that trough. That's called the pipe cooler. We spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. So he's just spraying water on that metal pipe, especially when the glass gets big and heavy. We want to grab it as high up as possible. And if the pipe is cool, that's a lot easier. So Ben, tall guy in the center, Ben Cobb, he's heating up the glass in the glory hole, that round furnace. All the round ones with the doors open are glory holes. They run on natural gas and forced air, and we keep them at approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So everything that we're going to be doing today is experimental. We've never done this before, so some of these things will work and some of them won't. So we're just going to shape it with the block. So right now, we're just in the process of accumulating all the glass we need to make our bonsai object. We have two ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up in the big round oven, the glory hole. Sometimes we heat it up with a torch. When we heat it up with the torches, we can focus the heat in a particular place. When we heat it up in the big round oven, it kind of heats it up generally. When we need the heat focused, we use the torches. Does anybody have any questions? So if you just, what? You can really only color the glass when you first cook it up from scratch. It's like making a chocolate cake. You get all the ingredients together and you bake them. The things that color glass are mostly metals. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white. So you take the raw ingredients of glass, sand, soda ash, and lime, you cook them up with cobalt, you get blue glass. Well, we buy colored glass in the form of these bars, and when we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from our big furnace, we heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat our bubble with a layer of the colored glass. In a big factory where you're going to make everything the same color, then they cook the colored glass in the big furnace, and they just dip into it. But if you fill the furnace with blue, you can only make blue things. So using this system with these bars of colored glass, we can make any color we want, anytime we want. So you'll notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. She's the one that's blowing. She's blowing through that steel tube and inflating the glass as the man sitting at the bench shapes it. using glass in bonsai is Asian culture. Particularly cotton to glass, like the European culture. Well, I don't know enough about Asian cultures, but they made glass. Chinese made glass since about 600 AD, but it was almost always used to imitate other no, well, like no more artisanal. Yeah, typically they made almost copies. There was like limited editions of the exact glass. They were more copies of them than they it's always been a mystery to me. Yeah, they made glass, but not compared to the way you took other materials. Just about anything you can name, textiles, or painting, metals, wood. Yeah. So that's what so we can grasp culture. Yeah, 2008, approximately. Well, it's just the temperatures that we use in ceramics are higher than the temperatures that we use in glass. So they can make a certain ceramics, but they make glass better. Oh, that the piece that they're blowing now is going to become part of a bonsai display. We're going to mount the table on this big giant glass bubble. So we're not making containers or anything today. We're making these glass objects to be part of a bonsai display. So we're collaborating with the Pacific Bonsai Museum. What? Yeah, no, that's not the tree that we're going to be using in the display, but that's just one to give you idea of what bonsai is and yeah. Can we flip through the slides? There's a computer generated one, and that's the concept drawing for the glass and concrete display. Yeah, that's the one. So this is the idea that we're going with first. So it's going to be that concrete stand sitting on the glass bubble. So that's computer generated. That's not real. Yes.
Test, test. Yeah, hi everybody. My name is Aaron Packard. I'm the curator at the Pacific Bonsai Museum. And so just to add a little bit more context to what we're trying to do today is kind of the continuation of a project we've been working on for a number of years now called the Lab Project, which we went to a variety of homes in and around the Puget Sound. Sorry, I'm working the thing here to...
Hold on.
Yeah.
Can we tell him Chris, could you switch to the laptop?
I think he has.
Oh, is it working with your?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so this project we started back in 2017 with the idea of being a type of artist in residency program for our museum. And one of the unique things about bonsai as an art form is that it takes a long time to create anything that's worth displaying. Unlike glass or a lot of the other visual arts, it's not made within a day or a week or a month. It's years of work to get it to a finished state. And so because of that, we started this project to really explore where the boundaries were with bonsai as a practice. It's extremely traditional in its cultural references to Japan and Asia in general. But we're really interested in kind of finding where those boundaries exist from a contemporary perspective, also to reflect maybe more Western aesthetics. And so what we did is we went to a variety of homes within the Puget Sound area as using architecture as kind of our main theme. And so we actually, the first place we went to here, this is the first Frank Lloyd Wright designed home in Washington State, just down in Lakewood. And we had a bonsai artist, a ceramic artist, and then our stand maker start to work together in a collaboration to create some work inspired by this space here. And so the tree that's being styled is our tree that we're going to be using for this composition. It's a limber pine. And this process, like I said, started in 2017. And over the course of the preceding years, we went to a number of other homes. This one is more of a mid-century modern home designed by the first woman to graduate from UW School of Architecture in the 40s, to where we then took the tree. Once it had been styled, we were potting it into one of the vessels designed by the ceramic artist in the house, and then we did we did a sort of a group discussion commentary at some homes designed by George Tsuyama, who's a Japanese-American architect currently practicing in Seattle, at his home near the Fauntleroy Ferry, and just sort of understanding how bonsai, which is typically presented inside, when we think of bonsai, it's not displayed outdoors. It's usually brought into the home, and the context is in relationship to people. The idea of bringing nature into our homes is very appealing, especially in the Japanese tradition. And a lot of that still continues today, but how do we sort of blend maybe more modern styles and designs with bonsai is what we're thinking of. And so the byproduct of this 3-year-long process was one of the compositions that we're working with, which had this cement or concrete stand made because the Bonsai Museum is outside. Bonsai need to be cultivated outdoors. They're normal trees, and so because of that, the stands that they need to be on need to be able to withstand the weather, rain and snow and heat and whatever, whereas a wood stand just wouldn't be sufficient. So these are the stands, and I have to go back to pause the slideshow because it advances on its own. So these were 2 of the 3 compositions. So you can see the limber pine on the right. With the stand, this was another composition that we created. Again, an outdoor stand with a copper shingled roof, which was from the first Wright house that had a copper roof as well, and the sort of those cantilevered lines. But because this one was sort of the furthest along in its development, it was a good candidate to continue this design process with incorporating glass as a design element, with the ultimate goal being that we're hoping to show this full composition at a bonsai expo in the Bay Area in November as kind of the first time for the public to see this project kind of in its entirety. Let's see here. So yeah, what's interesting is that with the bonsai, the original design of the tree was actually different. If you look at that one and compared to that one, it's the same tree, but the artist decided to change it and rotate it totally, counterclockwise about 180 degrees. And what's one of the interesting things, because bonsai is such a slow process in designing it, we can actually edit it over time. It's not kind of like glass once it's made. It's very hard to modify. So because we have that sort of time, we can continue to change and refine the shape of it. And so because of the design that was first implemented, the artist felt a little felt moved to change it because of the situation, given the fact that he kind of was speaking to the environment he was creating it in. The cantilevered roof of the structure was almost this ominous presence, as he described it, and the pressure of that he felt kind of made him go to a safe spot of design, which was his Japanese kind of training. And after he kind of got back to his studio, he was able to reflect on that and actually change the whole composition of his design to what it currently is, into that form. This is just an example, too, of kind of how we got here as well. While we were also doing the lab project in 2019, this was the during the during the Seattle Art Fair. We did an exhibit at a shop called Totokayo, which is no longer in operation, but it was up on Capitol Hill. And we worked with 4 different Pacific Northwest artists to find ways of incorporating bonsai with their art, which is sort of the next step for our sort of collaborative project here, and sort of seeing fiber art and sort of wood art, and then some glass art as well. If I can get to it. Let me go back. I have a better shot of that I'll get to in a second, but there's a Seattle-based glass artist named John Hogan who was working with us, and he made these 2 bricks of optical glass with a sheet of kind of this oil, translucent kind of colored glass in between. This tree normally exists on a stone slab, and so being able to take it off of its stone slab and put it on a glass slab was kind of a really interesting composition, and I'll get to those photos kind of in a minute. Let's see here. Has anyone actually been to Pacific Bonsai Museum at all? Anyone know her? Nope. So we're just up the freeway in Federal Way. If you are familiar with the Weyerhaeuser, the old Weyerhaeuser building, it's that long flat building right on 18 and 5. So we're right there. That used to be the old headquarters of the Weyerhaeuser company, and so they are really the ones that started our organization. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just give me the heads up. You just let me know when to talk. So yeah, I guess we're getting close to one of the big blows here, so I don't want to be distracting them or take attention away from that. So we'll pick up in a minute once they're done.
So we're getting close here to the time where we blow our big bubble. Gabe, in the maroon shirt, is heating it up in the glory hole. We've never done this before, so wish us luck. So hand the bubble up to Ben. We put some wet newspaper down. Sarah's got some compressed air, so they're blowing the smoke away so it doesn't get in the glass blower's eyes. So that first one, that's kind of an experiment. They want to make some modifications. So we're not going to cool that off and anneal it. We're going to bust it up, see how the thickness is, make sure that they're okay. So that was really our test one. Yeah, that's all clear glass that can eventually go back in the furnace. So now the glass blowers are debating all the technical aspects. Now that we've had our first try, so if you came in a little later, the Museum of Glass, we're collaborating with the Pacific Bonsai Museum. And glass is not a traditional material for incorporating in bonsai displays, but we're going to try some experiments working with the glass. So the man in the gray shirt is Courtney Branham. He's both a glass artist and he also works at the Bonsai Museum. So he's really, what's the word for it? He's sort of heading this project up. Does anybody have any questions? So today's not going to be our usual making bottles and vases. But it should be interesting. In case anybody's worried, that's all clear glass. It's all recyclable. So we'll collect that and eventually it'll go back in the furnace. So over.
They take up a lot of room in the ovens. They need to cool, so we don't think we're going to use it. It's good for us to break it open to see what our density of the sidewall thickness is like. We don't want to waste room in the oven on something we know we're not going to use. We'll just recycle all that glass.
Does anybody have any questions? 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. Ma'am, you're dropping your. So over on the left, Courtney Branham in the gray shirt, started the next bubble. When we need a lot of glass, we blow a bubble, we let it harden, and then we dip it in again, and each time we get more and more glass until we have all the glass we need to make whatever we're making. So Courtney's just letting that bubble cool and stiffen. We're going to dip it back into our big furnace full of molten glass and coat it. We'll just repeat that process as many times as we need to get enough glass to fill our mold. Has anybody got any questions? So if you came in a little later, we're doing a collaboration with the Pacific Bonsai Museum, and we're trying to make glass elements that will be incorporated in bonsai displays. You can see we have a bonsai tree here from the museum. And we have the man in the black shirt is the curator from the Bonsai Museum. So if you have any bonsai questions, so glass is not a traditional material for working in bonsai displays. So this is a kind of an experimental thing we have going on here today. What? Yeah, we blew one bubble into this mold here, and it didn't quite work out. So we busted it up to check the wall thickness, and all that glass will be recycled. Yeah, it didn't explode. We busted it up purposely. Yeah, so it was our first try at the new mold, and we learned some things by doing that, and now we're making another one. Yeah, so we'll collect all that glass, and that'll go back in our recycling. So, just to give you a little introduction to our layout here, we have two kinds of furnaces. We have the glass furnaces and the glory holes. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. Each one of those has a big ceramic tank in it, and in that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So that's what the furnaces look like inside. The other type of furnace is called the glory hole. The glory holes are the round ones with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. Both the furnaces and the glory holes run on natural gas and forced air. We keep the furnaces at 2,100 degrees, and we keep the glory holes at about 2,300 degrees. The glass blowers that you see working here today are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. We have Courtney Branham in the gray shirt, Ben Cobb, the tall guy, Sarah Gilbert standing next to him, Kristen Elliott, Carly, our intern. So this is a collaboration here, an experiment, and we'll see how it goes. So now Courtney's taking his bubble over to the furnace. We're going to coat it with more glass. Each time we dip the bubble into the big tank, we call it taking a gather, G-A-T-H-E-R. So he's dipped the bubble into our big tank of molten glass. He's going to take the pipe over to the pipe cooler. When we have to reach way into that furnace to get the glass, it makes the pipe hot. So we take it over to that steel trough. That's called the pipe cooler. We spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down. It makes it easier to hold. So when you have a lot of glass on the end, glass is very heavy. Glass weighs 2.5 times as much as water. So if you think about how heavy a bucket of water is, double that and then some. And it's plus having the glass out at the end of the pipe makes it even worse because it's like picking up a bowling ball with a fishing pole. So the leverage is all wrong. So it feels a lot heavier than it would feel just by the weight on a scale. Do you guys have any questions? Do you have any bonsai questions? Yes. Nope. So Courtney is shaping the glass. The gray pad in Courtney's hand is just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. If you have any questions about the art of bonsai, we have the curator of the Bonsai Museum here, so he can answer your questions. I'm virtually ignorant about that subject. So right now they're just letting that bubble cool and stiffen, and we're going to put more glass on it. So now Courtney's going into the furnace. Each time we dip it into the furnace and coat it with glass, it's called taking a gather. G-A-T-H-E-R. The glass that we're working with is clear glass. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat. When that glass cools off, it'll be completely clear. Nope. We use one base glass for everything. It's a glass that's specially formulated for the hand blowing. Well, if we go to the, if we want to get glass, we go to one of the glass furnaces. If we just want to heat the bubble up, we go to the round ones, the glory holes. They have no glass in them. They're just for heating and softening the glass while we're working. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So that's what the furnaces, the ones with the doors closed, look like inside. Can we put up the glory hole diagram? The round ones, the glory holes, those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're shaping. Depends how full they are. The two furnaces are identical. So Sarah is blowing? Oh, no, Gabe is blowing. There he is. So the man crouched down to the left of the workbench, he's the person that's blowing. Ben sitting at the bench is shaping it. Sarah is helping him turn the pipe. And Courtney is holding a wooden paddles in front of Ben's arm to shield him from the heat. When we expanded it, the bubble sort of rose up. So now this time we're going to try to cool down the top, and so that it moves out more outward than up. Push back. So we're going into the furnace again. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank with 1,000 pounds of molten glass. The glass in the furnace is like honey. It's like dipping into a giant jar of honey. We'll drip some of the excess off into that steel can. And that glass will save and will eventually go back in the furnace. He's taking the pipe and placing it into that trough. That's called the pipe cooler. We're just spraying water on the metal pipe to cool it down, make it easier to hold. Hi. How are you? Good. So you know what we're up to today? We are. We're doing a collaboration with the Pacific Bonsai Museum, and we're making some glass pieces that are going to be part of a display of bonsai trees. So this is kind of an experimental day. We have some folks down here from the museum. And so we're shaping the glass in a tool called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and we can shape the glass without leaving any marks. We have two ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up in the big round ovens, the glory holes. Sometimes we heat it up with a torch. When we're using a torch like Ben is doing now, it allows us to focus the heat in a particular place. We can make that part of the glass extra hot and therefore extra soft. Sarah's got a little gadget we call our egg shield. It's got a little slit in it, and she's using it to protect the glass blower's hands from the heat. So now we're going to make a little notch in the glass. The tool in Ben's hand is called the jacks. He's going to squeeze the glass and make a notch, and that notch is the place we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. When we want to make things big, we often make the notch and then we'll coat the next coating all the way up to the notch but not over it. It's called gathering on a post. When we dip the glass in the furnace, it's called taking a gather. And when we make a little neck there and only gather up to the neck, it's called gathering on a post. And we're having that little neck there, we can let that cool and stiffen, and it'll make the glass easier to handle. Do you guys have any questions? So right now we're just letting that bubble cool and stiffen, and we'll put one more big coating of glass on top of that. Can we show some of the bonsai slides? When we take a big gather, if we have a stick dent there, it keeps it from wobbling around. So if you just came, stop. Can you stop at that picture, Chris?
I got it. I can go back to it too. Past it.
I don't know if he's on the laptop or that he's showing that upstairs. So today we're doing a collaboration with the Pacific Bonsai Museum, and we're making some glass elements that are going to be part of a bonsai installation. And we have a little computer mock-up. You see the glass bubble that the stand sits on? We're going to be making that glass bubble. But glass is not a traditional material for using as part of bonsai displays. And so we're trying some experiments in collaboration with the Bonsai Museum. Aaron, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, just to jump onto that, this is a continuation of a multi-year project we've been working on at the Pacific Bonsai Museum. And if you could switch to, there we go, switch to the slides. So we've just been working on this for several years now. Unlike glass, bonsai is a pretty slow process with how we work it and shape it. It can take 2, 3, 4, 5 years to take something from a raw piece of material into sort of a showable piece. And so we're coming to the tail end of that journey as we've taken some bonsai trees, created them, working with various artists, and this is a new component to this display that we're going to be hopefully bringing to a bonsai exposition in November in the Bay Area in California. Here's just some photos of the Bonsai Museum if you guys haven't been. We're just down the road in Federal Way on the former Weyerhaeuser campus, and we're open year-round, save for major holidays, Tuesday through Sunday, 10 to 4, and we're an admission by donation organization. We really strive to have interesting exhibits. We curate new exhibits every year. The trees are always rotating, and with fall just around the corner, we'll be having a lot of our trees that are in fall color on display. So if you guys haven't been, be sure to check it out. Hopefully with a successful attempt to this bubble, you know, this tree and the glass work with it would be on display as well as we you know, would become part of the formal display of this piece. But as was said, we're basically trying to blow a large bubble to fit under this concrete stand that we've had made as an extension of this project, where we were really looking at architecture as a design theme, both from a stylistically as well as materially. And glass, as has been mentioned, is really not a traditional material used in bonsai. So that's the tree. I'm gonna sorry, I got to go past it to pause it. So on the screen, this is the tree with the stand and its container, the composition that we're actually looking to create the piece for. And so over the course of about 3 or 4 years, we took this from a raw piece of material, which I'll jump to. Sorry, right there. This is what the tree looked like initially. It was collected in the Rocky Mountains sometime in 2016. And then taken through the bonsai design process to where it ended up looking like that. And then during the time of year that's appropriate, we'll repot that into a appropriate container with the stand. And because we're an outdoor facility, we need to have our stands be able to endure the elements. So again, concrete's not a traditional material for bonsai as well. So we're really just trying to explore and experiment with new materials for the bonsai practice, and we're really grateful to be at MOG today. That's myself and Courtney, this gentleman right here in the middle. He's works at the Bonsai Museum with us and is actually a professional glass artist, and so we took an opportunity to combine his talents, and we've been chatting for a while about ways to work together to do this. Kind of going back a little bit, this project that I mentioned, we refer to as the Lab Project, which is an acronym for the Living Art of Bonsai. And the idea was to have a space in our museum, programmatic space that is, to experiment and using architecture as one of the main design themes. We went around the Puget Sound area to various significant architecturally designed homes to actually create the bonsai within. And this is the tree that we saw initially being styled for the first time. This was at the Chauncey Griggs house in Lakewood. It's the earliest designed Frank Lloyd Wright home in Washington State. And so from there we went to another home once we repotted it in the spring of that following year to a mid-century modern home designed by Mary Lynn Davis, the first woman to graduate UW's School of Architecture in the 40s. And then the final sort of session where we're sort of taking it through the design process. You can see some of the containers as well that we were experimenting with for that potting process made by a ceramic artist there. And then the last stop was at the Junsei house of George and Kim Tsuyama in West Seattle, who is one of the principals at Tsuyama Deguchi and I'm drawing a blank on the last name, architectural firm in Seattle. They opened their house up, and we did sort of a group discussion about almost a critique of the process and some of the various things that we've sort of learned with a variety of artists, designers, curators from the Seattle area. And then kind of the last landing spot was the trees coming back to the museum in kind of their final totality. So you can see the one on the right there is the one that we're creating this glass bubble for. The idea being that we have these. We got the idea being that the visual weight of the tree and the stand and the materials is going to be contrasting the fragility and the delicacy of glass. But it looks like they're getting ready to do the blow here. So I'm going to be quiet so that we can all watch.
So getting the bubble really hot. blowing it up a little bit. And we're going to prepare the bubble to blow into this mold here. And the bubble is going to, when the display is finally put together, this will be the stand for the bonsai tree, and it'll be floating on the bubble that we're creating now. Probably have somewhere around 40 pounds of glass on the end of that pipe. Pipe itself probably weighs 10 pounds. So it's like picking up 3 bowling balls with a fishing pole. So we have little gadgets to help them cart it around. Get it as hot and soft as we can. Hand it to Ben. And now we're going to blow. Some of the assistants are leaning on the top of the bubble because you want it to get wide rather than tall. We're cooling off the top. So we want the bubble to expand outward rather than upward. Can we put up the computer simulation slide? So if you look up at the big screen, that's a little computer simulation of what the display is going to be like. So we're making the glass part that's going to go under that stand over there. So the stand will kind of float on the big glass bubble. We're collaborating with the Pacific Bonsai Museum in Federal Way, trying to introduce glass into the display of the bonsai trees. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off the pipe and we're going to put it in a big oven called the annealing oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. If we didn't do that, the glass would cool too quickly and unevenly and it would break. We're going to break the bubble off onto that bed of ceramic fiber wall. That's the modern day replacement for asbestos. When we break it off, the bubble will be approximately 1,000 degrees. And at that temperature, the glass will be hard. And we'll take it to our annealing oven in the back, where it'll be cooled very, very slowly overnight. Has anybody got any questions? Put a little water. We want the glass to break off. We're going to melt the little edges so they're not sharp. We're going to wheel it around back. Oh no, we're going to take it here to our annealing oven right here. So let's have a big hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team and the Pacific Bonsai Museum. Does anybody have any questions? We have the curator of the Bonsai Museum here. So if you have glass questions, you can ask me. If you have bonsai questions, you can ask him. I'd say about 40 pounds.
Good job, man. That was intense. That was intense. Yeah, reset. Yeah.
The bonsai is going to go on top of the stand. The stand is going to float on the bubble of glass. So, well, can we put up the simulation slide? If you look up on the big screen, we have a little computer mock-up. Underneath the stand. It'll be off the ground, yes.
Yeah, way to go.
We're a little scared the pipe's going to break there. That's like a little more than that pipe is designed to handle. That pipe is definitely going to be.
I was going to say, is that about the max capacity for the furnace and all that?
Really get much more out of that door.
In terms of circumference-wise, it was like barely going on.
It'll cut the neck off so that it has a flat section to sit on.
Yeah.
There's no bubble in there.
Right. Yeah, that was impressive.
Just as much, that's about as much as that pipe. We have one more pipe sized up, but it's like a big jump, and it's kind of a little unwieldy. Like the pipe itself weighs like 15, 20 pounds.
Yeah.
Yes, so the four legs on the mold may match the four legs on the stand.
How much does the bonsai, that one weigh? Maybe 15 pounds or so. It's very light. Not this one, no. Is a much larger tree. The tree that's much larger bonsai was too large and heavy for us to transport down here today. It's back at the museum, but it's large enough to occupy that stand. It's about 3.5 feet, 4 feet tall, including the pot. You know, it's really more the. Yeah, if you look closer, I mean, the materials are more what we're focusing on in this composition. So it's more the simplicity of just the materials as themselves. We're really kind of exploring that because we don't use things like glass or concrete or these other sort of more industrial materials for bonsai. So for us, this is more. That's made of concrete. Would do not. No, that's unusual. Not normally, yeah, yeah. But because our museum's outdoors, so there we go. That's a photo of the tree that's going to be on that stand on the right. So there's the stand on the right, the concrete stand, and then the tree on top of it. So the visual weight of the tree and the pot and the heaviness of the stand contrasting the delicacy and lightness of the glass. And there's another artistic element that's going with this composition once we put it on view in November. So we're using paper as well as another component. So, yeah, like it's more for to define the space. There's an artist who does very large paper panels, and they do an intricate cutting of geometric patterns in there. I don't think it's rice paper per se. It's just a paper. I couldn't tell you what the specific material is, but it's not rice paper. So it's more part of a art installation than anything else, which is non-traditional for bonsai presentation. I have a few. I used to have more before I had kids, and so, yeah, and I have enough bonsai at work that I can get my itch scratched there. And usually, most people, these guys don't go home and blow glass at home. It's one of those things, right? I mean, if they could, you kind of get that fix at work, whatever you do, right? The cobbler's children are barefoot, right? That's kind of the thing. Yeah, so I think it's propane. I am the bonsai guy. I'm not the glass person by any means. This gentleman could answer all your glass questions, but I think it's propane. And I think these are some of the largest kilns you can find for glass work. It's a build-up, yeah. It reaches a crescendo.
Hi, how are you guys? So what we're doing today is we're doing a collaboration with the Pacific Bonsai Museum, and we're making glass that they're going to incorporate into their displays of the bonsai trees. So, can we put up the simulation slide? Oh no, we can't right now. So the tree itself is going to sit on this concrete table, and the concrete table is going to sit on this huge glass bubble that we're making. So we've never done this before. So this is experimental. Yeah. So yeah, so we're all pretty excited. So you see the man in gray shirt? He's a very capable glass blower who works here at the museum, and he also works at the Bonsai Museum. And so he's facilitating our collaboration here. Hey, Pat, you're doing the second one here? Yes. Do you want me to make announcements about your fundraiser? Yeah, just the date. So is it a dinner? Is it a hot? So hi everybody, welcome to Museum of Glass. Today we're doing a collaboration with the Pacific Bonsai Museum in Federal Way, and we're making some glass elements for that are going to go be part of the display of the bonsai trees. So for this one, this is the table that the bonsai will be displayed on. We're making a big giant glass bubble that this table is going to float on. Can we put up the simulation? We have a little computer graphic. Oh, wait, no, we can't right now. We'll show you that later. So over on the far left, Courtney Branham in the gray shirt. He's starting the bubble. Have you guys been here before? You have. So let me just give you a little brief introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. Can we put inside each of those furnaces is a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees. At that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. It's like a big giant crock pot full of honey. We want to get the glass out to make stuff. We take one of those steel pipes and we dip it into the molten glass like you dip it into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of the glass collects on the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when we blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If we want to make something large, like we're going to make today, we blow a little bubble of glass, we let it harden, and then we dip it in a second time and build up the glass in layers. So we're going to have to dip in a bunch of times to get all the glass to make this giant bubble. Do you guys have any questions? Oh, really? Cool. What's the name of the town? Nice. So you hear the thing about the Bonsai Museum, or? Okay, so we're doing a collaboration with the Pacific Bonsai Museum. You know the bonsai trees, the mini. Yeah. And so we're making some glass elements that go into a display of the bonsai tree. So it's not a traditional material. In Federal Way. So we're trying to make some. He's fine, I guess. Yeah. Uh-huh. Well, I haven't seen him in years. He just turned 80 this year. He just turned 80. He's had health problems all his life. Well, thank you. If you have any questions, you just shout out. And if you have bonsai questions, we have the curator of the Bonsai Museum here. So he can answer stuff about that. So Courtney has the start of our bubble for our. So Courtney's going to take it back to his workbench, and he's going to shape it up. The tool in his hand is called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn. It doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass.
I don't know that that really panned out. I mean, we told them at the beginning, we're like, we were kind of tapped out, pretty busy, but
Chris, can we put up the simulation slide? So if you look up on the big screen, this is what we're going for. That's a computer-generated simulation. So we're making a bubble that the stand for the bonsai tree is going to sit on. So it's going to kind of float on this big giant bubble. So that's what we're going for. We're going to blow it into this mold here. So these posts each represent one of the legs of the stand. So we'll blow it in there. It'll bulge out between the legs. That's not the one that's going on the table. The one that's going on the table was too big to bring down here, so we just brought a typical one instead. At this point, it's about, I don't know, 9, 10 pounds, but it'll be 40 or 50 pounds before when we get all the glass we need. So when you make a big thing, you have to build it up in layers. So we blow a bubble, shape it up, let it harden, then we dip it in again. We just repeat that until we have all the glass we need to make whatever we're making. So we're going to end up with 40 or 50 pounds of glass and blow it up into this giant bubble. Each time we dip it in and coat it, it's called taking a gather. We get to the last gather when we have all the glass. Then we have little gadgets for other people to help them lift. Blow it up a little, let it harden, then we'll dip it in again. What? Whenever the museum's open. I mean, our glass blows are here all the time. Today we're doing a special project with the Bonsai Museum. looking at a kind of a what? Glass is made out of three things: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. The soda ash is sodium carbonate. It's a chemical which lowers the melting temperature of the sand, and the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. Wherever, sand's everywhere. What? Any sand will make glass. That's an electric oven. You just made the thing, put them on the table, walked away. It would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break. Put all the things you make in there. We're making something new, and we're not used to it. Making something very familiar with. So now we're going to shape the glass in a tool called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, we can shape the glass in it without leaving any marks. Glass is extremely heavy. It weighs 2.5 times as much as water. And it's even heavier feeling when it's out on the end of that pole. So if you can imagine picking up a bowling ball with a fishing pole, that's what it's like to lug that glass around. collaboration with the Pacific Bonsai Museum, and we're making some glass pieces that are going to become a part of a display of the bonsai trees.
Oh wow. Okay.
Can we put up the simulation picture? So that's a little computer-generated model. So the table which the bonsai sits on is going to float on this glass bubble. So glass is not a standard material for working with bonsai, and so this is kind of experimental. And so one of our glass blowers who works here at the museum, Courtney, that man in the gray shirt, he works both at here and at the Bonsai Museum. So he's been the focus of this collaboration.
Excellent. Awesome.
Can we go see that piece eventually at the Bonsai Museum?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, cool.
So right now they're letting that bubble cool off and stiffen, and we're going to coat it with more molten glass. When we need a lot of glass like this to make a big giant thing, we can't get it all in one go. So we dip it in, blow a little bubble, let it harden, and then we put more glass over that. So we're building up the glass in layers.
set it down. Here, let me get a little more organized. Yeah, great question. Can we switch to the, there we go, presentation. Thank you. I'll just use this here. Yeah, just someone asked this, the scale of this. So this is the bonsai that we are currently hoping to make a piece for. So you can see on the right here, the concrete stand that we've got. This tree is roughly 3.5, 4 feet tall and about 3 feet wide. And so the idea is to generate a pretty significant sized bubble. Let me see if I can get to it. That we're really going to have blown and fit under this concrete slab, or excuse me, stand that's going to be sort of extruding from all sides as if it's sort of supporting the weight of this really large tree and pot and concrete base. So the bubble itself, they were able to get one done that's cooling right now, but we have the form right here, which is basically the inverse of that there. And is going to be pretty substantial. So they're going to do one more attempt at it, and so you can kind of get a sense of the size of it. So it's probably about 3 feet in diameter, which is pretty big for really any bubble to be blown. So yeah, my name is Aaron. I'm the curator at Pacific Bonsai Museum, and we're working today in collaboration with the Museum of Glass, specifically due to our colleague Courtney Branham here, who's a glass artist here at MOG, as well as one of our bonsai gardeners at the museum, and he's really helping us bridge the gap between bonsai and glass art here, working with me on this sort of idea of how to integrate new materials into the bonsai art form. Here we are repotting one of our bonsai earlier this spring, just to give you a sense of some of the scale, the trees that we have. This project, what's really fascinating about it is it's a continuation of a multi-year project where we were kind of going around to different architectural sites throughout the Pacific Northwest in homes and using that as inspiration as we sort of created this bonsai over the course of 3 years. Bonsai takes many, many years to cultivate from a raw piece of material to a finished tree, unlike glass, which we can generate in a much shorter time frame. And so sort of the continuation of this project is to add this glass element to it with the intent to present it in a formal bonsai exhibition down in Oakland. Here's some examples that we've been working with over the past few years with other artists to incorporate their work into bonsai. And so glass is really an underutilized material for this very traditional practice. And so thankfully today, the Museum of Glass has allowed us to come down and given us access to the really talented artisans and the facility here to try to generate this conceptual piece. So we'll see if it works out. For those of you who haven't been to the Pacific Bonsai Museum, we're just up the road in Federal Way. And so it's a really great opportunity to get out and enjoy some of the seasonal changes that are going on and see some of our trees. We're open Tuesday through Sunday, 10 to 4 throughout the year, closed for major holidays as well. But this tree will go on view once we sort of have it finalized in this sort of composition to see if the glass will work, and that'll become kind of a permanent fixture of it when we have it on display. Anyone have any questions at all? No.
You want to say something about the fundraiser?
Sure. I don't know what the date is off the top of my head. Yeah, let me quickly get to it. I got it on my calendar. October. Yeah, and so one other thing that's coming up for us at PBM is we're having an annual fundraiser for our facility, our museum, on October 2nd. We're located right next to the old Weyerhaeuser corporate headquarters. If you guys have ever been driving up and down I-5, near 18 and 5, there's that big, long, flat building. That's the old Weyerhaeuser corporate headquarters, and so we'll be in that really unique space for a fundraiser that day. So if you guys are interested in coming out and supporting us, you can go to our website, pacificbonsaimuseum.org, and get more information there on tickets.
So we're making a notch in the bubble. The tool in his hand is called the jacks. And we're making a little notch and a little neck, a little narrow part. And we're going to, the next time we dip it into the furnace, we're going to dip it only up to that neck. It's called gathering on a post. And so we have a sort of stiff thing to support this huge weight of glass. It makes life much easier to handle. Ooh. Maybe 25, 30 pounds plus 10 for the pipe. So right now we're just letting that bubble cool and stiffen. And we're going to take another big gather, it's called. Every time we dip it in the furnace and coat it with glass, it's called a gather, G-A-T-H-E-R. And so this thing is going to get really heavy. No matter what the glass weighs on a scale, it feels 2 or 3 times as heavy when it's out on the end of a pole. If you guys can imagine picking up a bowling ball with a fishing pole, that's what it's like. So we have a few gadgets to help us cart it around. Anybody got any questions? So we have one of those gadgets getting lined up in front of the furnace. We call it the farm equipment. That's going to help us act as a little pivot and raise up the pipe so we can dip it in and handle a big weight of glass. Do you guys have any questions? Yep.
What's the difference between glass blowing and hot sculpting?
Oh, just glass blowing is when you make it hollow stuff. Sculpting is when you make it solid.
Okay, so anything that they're doing right now is glass blowing, even when they're like molding it with their mitts or whatever. Okay.
The glass that we're working with is clear glass. When we get it really hot, it's going to look orange. The orange glow that you're seeing is the glow from the heat. If you think about your own homes, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange for a little while. Turn them off, they cool down, the orange glow disappears. Glass is the same way. Yes, just plain clear glass. But it's gonna, when we get a big blob of it, it's hot, it's gonna look orange, but that color is transitory. Yes, this is we make the, this is the bubble that's gonna go underneath. But first we have to collect all the glass because we need a lot of glass. And we have to collect it in layers. We can't get all the glass at once. So we blow a bubble, let it harden, dip it in, shape that up, let it harden, dip it in again. We just repeat that process till we have all the glass we need to make this giant bubble. That was all the layers put together. It's just going to be, so you see right now we're letting that cool. We'll dip it in, coat it once more. Then we'll have all the glass we need to make the big giant bubble. We're making a big giant glass bubble that's going to become part of a bonsai display. And the table is going to sit on this big giant bubble. Bubble. This will be the third. So over on the left, Ben Cobb, is dipping our bubble into our big tank of molten glass. This is called taking a gather, Gather. So that we're taking the glass over to the pipe cooler. We rest that steel pipe in that trough. We spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. When we have a big weight on the end of that pipe, you want to grab it as high up as possible to get the proper leverage. Now we're going to start to blow it up a little bit and shape it. Let's wrap up. We're going to heat it up a little in the glory hole. The big round furnace is called the glory hole. There's no glass in there. It's just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. It runs on natural gas and forced air, and we keep it at approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. making a big glass bubble that's going to become part of their bonsai display. These guys are all extremely experienced. They have at least 20 years of operation. So the people that are working the glass today are our Museum of Glass hot shop team of glass blowers. The man holding the glass right now is Gabe Feenan. Standing to his left, Sarah Gilbert. Tall guy in the center, Ben Cobb. And the man in the gray shirt, Courtney Branham. And then Carly, standing by the heat shield, working the doors. So we're going to blow it up a little, and we're going to make it into a little more of a flattened shape. Those two gray pads that he's shaping the glass with are just folded up newspaper soaked in water. Ordinary newspaper. Can we put the newspaper photo up? As long as the newspaper is wet, they do burn, but they don't burn too much. And we can shape the glass without leaving any marks. It's one of our most important tools. We're getting ready. We're going to blow the glass into this mold here. The 4 posts in the mold will make indentations for the 4 legs of this stand. So the bubble will be displayed underneath this stand. So the stand will be kind of floating on this big giant glass bubble. And on top of this will be the bonsai tree. Are you going to display this at the museum?
Eventually, yeah. Yeah.
Do you have any idea when? People ask me when they can see it. Put it on the website?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of going to be probably not going to make as public as you until the show itself. That's when we're going to display it. So
That's
it's
November.
That's mid-November. So after November, we wouldn't be displaying it. This particular tree wouldn't be out during the wintertime because it's protection. So maybe we could try to display it.
Just ballpark.
Yeah.
Beginning of next year?
Yeah, probably spring of next year. Maybe sooner, but yeah, I couldn't guarantee it before. Maybe the early spring of next year. I just haven't thought about the official things. So the first place I knew it's going to be at is the exhibition in November in Oakland, and then we would probably if we can display it, we would. Sorry, on the spot.
Yeah, no. They put it on your website?
Yeah, we would take some photos of it for sure. But I kind of want to save it. The reveal is going to be in November, so no one's going to see it on display prior to November.
So here we go. We drop the bubble. Underneath the bubble is just wet newspaper. Some of the glass blowers are holding the top down a little bit so we can get the bubble to expand sideways instead of blowing up top. Ben, the man standing on the little set of stairs, he's the one that's blowing. They're trying to cool that top so that it expands outward through those 4 posts, and eventually it'll be expanding through those legs of the concrete stand. So I think we didn't get that quite big enough. This is all very experimental. We've never done this before. They're discussing the process and it's kind of deciding whether we're going to keep this one or recycle it. Oh, there you go. So this one's headed for the recycling bin.
I don't know. I'm
Yeah.
not the expert.
So we have a limited amount of space in the oven where we're going to cool it. So we really want to keep it on. Okay. So there's no experiments without a few failures. But we're going to pursue it again, I think, after lunch. Is that lunch?
I got one.
I think the wood on top, like, I think we need to let it blow up and then the rest.
Yeah.
So that concludes our demonstrations for this morning. We're going to take an hour lunch. We'll be back working on it again. Hello? There we go.
Test, test, test.
So today we are doing a collaboration with the Pacific Bonsai Museum. Are you all familiar with bonsai? It's these miniature trees, sort of artistically grown. And in the traditional bonsai, they pay a lot of attention to how they are displayed. They make special containers for the trees, special stands, and the materials that they incorporate are traditional materials, and they're usually not glass. So we're coordinating with the Bonsai Museum, and we're making some glass elements to go into the display of these artistic objects. So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little computer-generated graphic. And so we're trying to make a glass bubble that will work with this stand here. There'll be a bonsai tree on top of that, and the stand will float on this glass bubble. It's going to be a big one, as you can imagine. You want to?
Yeah, my name is Aaron Packard. I'm the curator at Pacific Bonsai Museum, and this for us is a great opportunity to kind of play around with glass as a component to the way that we display and present bonsai. We've had a few opportunities to utilize it in the past. Let me kind of scoot back here. Am I going the wrong way, right way? And so as we were sort of talking about, the concept for this piece here is to go underneath this concrete stand that we've made as an extension of a project that we've been working on for the last few years. With bonsai, it's a very long process. The creative process takes a long time. It's not something we can quickly do like a lot of other visual arts. So in this case, this is a bonsai tree that we've been cultivating for the last 3-4 years, taking it from a raw piece of material, meaning it was collected out of the mountains, as a wild tree, and then shaping it and beginning that kind of bonsai process. And if you can see it right here, it's got this wooden box is what we sort of call a grow box from when it came off the mountain. It's styled, and then we find or custom make a container for the tree. And then that container goes on a stand, and then that's sort of how we present the bonsai to the viewer. And these sort of three elements, the tree, the container, and the stand, kind of represent that traditional composition. But one of the things that we're, me in particular, really interested in is finding new materials or new forms to incorporate outside of the sort of traditional model. And so thankfully, being in the area that we are in the country with glass art being so prevalent here, and also having a glass artist on the staff of the Bonsai Museum, Courtney Branham over there on the left is one of our employees who not only loves the bonsai, but also is a professional glass artist. And we've been chatting together for the last few years, kind of about what we could do to incorporate, his medium into bonsai. And so this is all sort of working towards this project today, which has had some mixed results. This is really kind of experimental, which there's not a ton of experimenting done in bonsai. And so this sort of glass bubble that they're trying to blow is really, from what I understand, as a limited sort of understanding of glass art, is really pushing the boundaries of what this team can physically do and the equipment can physically handle due to the sheer scale of it. And so Courtney has made a mold of this stand on the floor, and what they're doing is they're going to be building up the amount of glass they have on the end of their pole, and then eventually, when it's large enough, blowing into that mold to create that kind of compressed bubble, sort of expanding out of the sides of it. And this, from what I understand, this couldn't happen anywhere else really due to the size of that work and the size of the kilns that they have access to. It's going to be interesting to see kind of where we land. This is the fourth attempt, right? Fourth one that they've done. So one's made it into the oven. That's annealer. Thank you. And then two have not made it off the pole. So hopefully they're going to do one more to just to have two to play around with afterwards. Because eventually what's going to need to happen is it's going to need to be cut to sort of fit underneath that. So yeah, that's kind of at least kind of where we're at today in the process of that.
Do you guys have any questions? Any bonsai questions? Because Aaron has to leave shortly. But
Sooner than later, yeah. But yeah, any
Okay.
bonsai or glass
so
questions?
yeah, so glass to me, bonsai to him.
Yeah. Has anyone been to the museum, the Pacific Bonsai Museum? You have? Great. Okay. Well, if you guys don't know where we're at, we're just up the freeway and Federal Way. If you're familiar, there are some signs, but there's a really long, large, flat building right at 18 and 5. That's the old Weyerhaeuser headquarters, which we're still on that campus. And we're open Tuesday through Sunday, 10 to 4, given without major holidays, obviously. Would you mind switching to the slideshow real quick? Thank you. Just to kind of move ahead, so just here's an example. There's a Seattle-based glass artist named John Hogan who we worked with on an exhibit in 2019, and this was kind of the first opportunity I had to actually utilize glass. This plant actually is normally on a stone slab, which we kind of traditionally would display with that natural element. But in this case, we had access to some optical glass that he had created, these sort of glass slabs that created a really striking kind of composition between the two sort of organic moss, green moss in the tree to the sort of more geometric shaped glass. I'm going to sort of bounce around on these slides here just to kind of get to another one. There we go. So you can just kind of see a few examples kind of the potential for it. Like I said, it's not a commonly used material, so we really don't know what we can do with it. It's kind of exciting though to take these very kind of traditional practices, glass making and bonsai, and sort of see what we can do when we start to combine them together. That's a more full shot of the tree. Again, kind of just, the sort of first example of what we're kind of trying to do here. Just for my own process, I really like to conceptualize things, and so for me, what's interesting is using a lot of the new AI generation image software like Midjourney to play around and create some ideas of how glass might be worked into not just as a display component or like a stand or even as a pot, but maybe even into the tree itself. In some way, plants are really unique. Trees in general, we've all seen them kind of grow through fences and over, rocks and things like that. So maybe some ways to like incorporate bonsai in glass, growing them on like, glass themselves like rocks. So anyway, just fun to kind of ideate what some of the compositions could look like in pairings with bonsai and glass kind of down the road. No, these are all AI-generated images that I've just been having fun with, staying up too late doing this stuff. Yeah, great question. So he's asking about the soil. So yeah, so they do need soil. They need to be in some sort of containerized vessel to hold the root system. So it can be really any shape, but even going back to that slab planting, that's essentially just a root system. There's nothing underneath that. It's just all moss and roots that we use the moss to kind of create this sort of lattice work that holds in all the roots, and we can cultivate and then actually grow it on a rigid, stone base, right? And so I just simply took this off the stone and put it on the glass slabs for the exhibit. And this requires a lot more water than it would if it was in a container. But yeah, it's totally possible to cultivate something out of a container, but we do need to have soil for the roots to exist. So ultimately, the final goal for this, and this is just some of Courtney's work as a glass artist. This is our traditional. What's called a tokonoma is a alcove within the Japanese home where you would display bonsai in kind of a seasonal setting. And so you would put your tree there on your stand, with some sort of accent pieces, maybe a hanging scroll to sort of convey an environment. But this summer during the gas conference here in Tacoma, he installed some of his work again, trying to start to play around with how we can combine the two art forms. Just some other photos of our trees, but this is the tree. I think I mentioned that. This is the tree in the stand that will be sort of having this bubble go under. I'm just going to bounce through a little bit more. You saw some photos of the museum. What was I getting to? Yeah, this was just this larger show where we worked with some other artists, fiber artists, some woodworkers, in ways of again, merging the various artistic objects with the trees in kind of new ways. Yeah, and then I guess just going backwards too, this project kind of stems from this multi-year artist and residency program that we began to really kind of find ourselves in opportunities like this to bring in artists from the outside of the bonsai practice and give them a chance to kind of help us reimagine or bring in new elements and themes, and using architecture as a main component from a design standpoint. So we actually went to a variety of significant homes in the Pacific Northwest and actually created the bonsai on site and using them as well as their kind of design inspiration. So the tree that we're referencing here for this piece, this is it actually being initially designed and styled at the earliest Frank Lloyd Wright designed home in Washington, which is just down the road in Lakewood. It's called the Chauncey Griggs House. And so this was back in 2017. Oops, you don't want to see that. And then the following spring in 2018, we went to another home in Gig Harbor. Oops, sorry, it's moving by itself. In Gig Harbor to actually plant the tree. And so you can see a variety of ceramic vessels on the left that our ceramic artist made, who sort of specializes in bonsai containers. And then we chose that one and actually planted it, in this home, designed by the Mary Lynn Davis, who was the first female architect to graduate from the University of Washington back in the mid-1940s. And then in 2019, we met in West Seattle at the home of George and Kim Suyama, who allowed us to, sorry, moves on its own, allowed us to sort of use their space as a kind of critique. And one thing that's sort of missing in the bonsai art practice is the artistic critique that many contemporary artists utilize and go through in art school to provide feedback, to talk about the work and the process. And so we invited a number of various artists from Seattle, curators, collectors, to kind of have a discussion as we sort of experience the trees in different settings. So this is, again, just kind of the continuation of this multi-year project as we now take the composition that we have. Let's see if I can find the right one. These are two of the three that were made through this process. The one on the right is going to eventually go down to the Bay Area in November for a bonsai exposition, and this will be kind of our museum's offering to the bonsai community as a gesture of these attempts we're making to really kind of advance the bonsai practice from our end of it. So it's kind of it in a nutshell. It's a lot, but I'm sure there's some things that are going on that you might want to talk to. Any questions at all on any of that? No? Cool. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, so assuming that you all knew what bonsai was, most people think of bonsai as a type of tree or like a specialized plant, but really it's really any tree that's taken and kept small through a variety of methods like pruning, shaping it with wire, keeping it in a pot. So these are essentially, any tree can be utilized as a bonsai. And so if you come to the museum, you're going to see a lot of maples and pines and really any trees that you might encounter here in the Pacific Northwest. Those trees don't know they're little. They just think they're growing. So if we were to plant them in the ground and walk away, they'd grow into their full genetic potential as a tree. And so the only reason they sort of maintain that shape and that form is due to the care and input that we have as their caretakers to sort of continue building on that work that was done by people before us. We can start bonsai, like I said, by collecting trees, which is what we were doing for that pine. and sort of start that process. But then, the tree will require care throughout the rest of its life, typically outliving many, many caretakers after it, because trees are, as we know, the longest lived organisms on the planet. Any questions on that at all? Yeah, the oldest tree we have, so there's two ages we reference when we talk about bonsai. It's the age of the tree as an organism, like how long it's just been alive, and then its age as a bonsai. And so those are two different dates, but the oldest bonsai we have, meaning it's been cultivated in a container, is at least 200 plus years. We don't know the exact date because it was imported into the US in the early 1900s, but it was probably already in the 100-year-old category then. So you can have trees that are several hundred years old just as a bonsai, which is really rare. It's kind of special and odd that we have a bonsai museum in Federal Way in this kind of small town in Pacific Northwest. You would have to go to Japan or some other, maybe Washington, D.C. to see kind of comparable specimens. But really because of the Weyerhaeuser company's location there, they're the ones that started that collection back in the late 80s. And so the other question was the age of the plant. The one that we were looking at, that limber pine, that one's probably also in the 200 to 300-year-old range because it was growing in the high Rocky Mountain area and just naturally stunted and dwarfed due to the cold, the heat, the lack of nutrition, just naturally stunted it. So, if you guys go hiking and you go up to Paradise or some of the other high alpine areas, you'll see the trees are just naturally dwarfed. Those make really good bonsai material to start with because they've just naturally not had a lot of growth over such a long period of time. A great question. Yeah. Cool. Yeah.
So hi everybody, just get you, now we'll get to the glass side of this a little bit. Just going to give you a very just quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what they look like inside. So each one of those furnaces has a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees, and at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes and we dip it into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. So we dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of the glass collects on the pipe. The pipe is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something large, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, and then we dip it in a second time, or a third time, or a fourth time. We just keep building up the glass in layers. So for these big bubbles that we're going to use for the bonsai display, we need to make a really big bubble, so we're going to repeat that process a number of times. Once we get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays hot and soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping or blowing we can while it's still hot and soft. And then we go to the second type of furnace, and that's called the glory holes. The glory holes are the round guys with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. So right now, that's Ben from our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team sitting at the workbench, and he's letting that glass cool and stiffen a bit, and we're going to coat it with more hot molten glass. If we took the bubble while it was really hot and we dipped it in the hot furnace, the bubble would collapse. So between dippings, we have to let it cool and stiffen a bit so it stands up to the heat of the furnace. All glass, when it's really hot, looks some shade of orange. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat. The glass that we're working with today is completely clear. when we bring it fresh out of the furnace, it's going to glow yellow-orange. That's the glow from the heat. As it cools, that glow will disappear. Yes? How heavy is the final thing going to be? I'm guessing 12, 15 pounds, maybe. The final bubble that we're going to make for this thing will probably be in the neighborhood of 40 or 50 pounds. A rod's about 10 pounds. Yeah, the muscle part, it's not so much the strict numerical weight. It's the fact that the weight is all the way out on the end of that pole. So it's like picking up a bowling ball with a fishing pole. So the leverage is completely wrong. So, 10 pounds of groceries is nothing like this, but put it at the end of a fishing pole, and it's a whole nother story. It's like having the heavy kid on the other side of the seesaw. When you were little, the big kid gets on the other side of the seesaw, and you can't move him. So here we go. They've been working together for 20 years. So as he's dripping some of the excess glass off into that can, we'll save that excess glass, and that'll go back in the furnace. But watch as he pulls it out. You see it drip off? That shows you how fluid the molten glass really is. It's really very much like honey. So we've taken the pipe over to the pipe cooler. That little steel trough is a gadget that we use to cool the metal pipes off. We just spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down, makes it easier to hold. Oh, well, I mean, there's not many that are this elaborate, but there's probably, I don't know, 50 glass shops in the Northwest. Maybe. No, this is a big one. But size isn't everything, I'm told. Hi, how are you guys? You guys have any questions?
Usually wear safety glasses, so I noticed like everybody has glasses on.
No, just have to wear glasses.
Just wear glasses.
Well, I saw someone put them on like right when she got. I saw someone put them on right when she got here, so I just assumed that they were maybe safety glasses.
No, I just have to wear glasses. They can be your own. These are mine.
Is that just in case it breaks?
Yeah. So here at the museum, we often branch out beyond the glass world. We've had guest artists who are Native American basket makers, poets, musicians, and now bonsai artists. So we like to dip our toe outside of our playground. So Ben's going to shape the glass in a tool called the block, B-L-O-C-K. It's made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Hi. How are you guys? You guys have any questions? Anything you want to know? The torches allow us to focus the heat in a particular place. When we heat it up in the big round oven, kind of heats it general. No, no. So to focus the heat just exactly where we want it.
Okay.
So right now he wants the glass right near the pipe to be hot, extra hot. Focus heat just there.
Yeah.
Puts it in the big oven and kind of heats the whole thing. Cool. Put it in that big black oven over there, and electric oven has a computerized thermostat. Slowly down. Nothing great. Just if it cools too quick, the glass will break. So if you cool it slowly, it won't. These are professionals. They work for me. Have 20 years of experience. So Sarah is seated to the left of the workbench. She's the person who's blowing. She'll blow through the metal pipe and inflate the glass as Ben, sitting at the bench, shapes it. The gray pad in Ben's hand that he's shaping the glass with is just folded up newspaper, ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much and doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. So now we're going to make a narrow part at the top of the bubble. The tool is called the jacks. Making this narrow part is called jacking it down. Put it back in the car. The man in the gray shirt, Courtney Branham, who's kind of our bridge between the Museum of Glass and the Bonsai Museum. He is a bonsai enthusiast himself, so he grows them as well. Hi. How are you? Good. You guys have any questions? Each time we dip the bubble into the big tank of molten glass to coat it, it's called taking a gather, Gather. Between gathers, we let the glass cool and stiffen a bit so the bubble doesn't collapse when we immerse it in the hot glass. So right now that's what we're doing. It looks like we're doing nothing, and we are doing nothing, but we're just kind of waiting for that glass to cool a bit and get a little stiffer.
I was watching it earlier.
Part of a bonsai installation, it's a big bubble that's going to go underneath this pedestal right here. These guys have to float on this big bubble.
Out of the sides?
Yep. Can we put up the computer-generated image? So if you look up at the big screen, so that's our computer-generated mock-up. This is the table or the stand, and we're about to make the bubble that goes inside. Let's see. I'd say roughly a half hour.
It's not a fast thing, but it's not like an all day thing.
What?
It's not like an all day thing.
No, no. About 10, 15 minutes away. We're about 10, 15 minutes away. We always work in teams. It's a team sport. It just works better with a team. It's possible to blow glass by yourself, but I would compare it to like one of those one-man bands where the guy's got the drum on his stomach and the cymbals on his head. Does the heat affect the process? No, it doesn't really affect the process. It affects the workers. So when we had our big heat days here in the Northwest, it was up over 100 in here, and it was nasty to work. But the glass, no. So here we go. We're going to take another gather. Yeah, this will be the last one. So when the glass gets this big, we have assorted mechanical aids to help us lift the glass. So we're taking the pipe over to the pipe cooler. We'll just spray water on the pipe itself, not the glass. That'll cool it down, make it easier to work with. Ben is shaping the bubble. 2 pads of newspaper. We're going to heat it up in the glory hole. Now we're going to start to blow it closer to its full size and shape. Has anybody got any questions? Yeah. Once we blow it up and gets big, it radiates a lot of heat.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. Hi, I have a question about the flammability of what folks are wearing. You know, I've worked in wildland firefighting settings where everyone had Lomax fabric clothing, and I'm wondering what OSHA, if there's any OSHA requirements for protection. Cotton.
C-O-T-T-O-N.
Cotton.
You just have to wear cotton clothing, no polyester.
Nope. Well, poly I can get. Yeah. Okay.
So those are the,
All right.
yep. So,
What about the gloves?
We have all sorts of different gloves. We have leather gloves. We have vinyl batting gloves for turning the pipe. We have over there we have Kevlar gloves
Oh yeah.
for taking the finished piece to the annealing oven.
Okay.
big round oven, the glory hole, has several sets of doors. We try to keep it as closed as possible so the glass blower is not subjected to too much heat, and also the heat is retained so we don't waste energy. We'll sort of close the doors behind them, open them up so you can get out, and then close the doors again. So now we're going to blow it up a little bit. So at this point where the glass is thick and heavy and the bubble is large, it takes some lung power to blow it up. Can we put up the computer mock-up again? So just to give you an idea what we're shooting for, we're going to have the bubble is going to be blown so that it extends through the concrete table. So we made a mold, which is an inverse of the table over there. And we blow the bubble in it, and it'll shape it so that the bubble comes out from under the table and kind of bulges through the opening. So we're getting ready to blow it into the mold. We're going to get that bubble as hot as we can and still control it. So here we go. They're blowing, making it bigger. They're trying to get it to the point where it fills out the mold. You'll see them, when it fills out the mold, it'll catch on those posts. It'll stop turning. They're using those wooden pads to cool the top off. We want to expand sideways, not so much vertically. Right now, they're using the air to blow the smoke away so it doesn't go up in the glass blower's face. So I think we got it this time. We're going to take the glass off the metal pipe. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll cool slowly overnight. We're going to score it with a wet file. Give the pipe a good sharp tap. Off it comes. We're going to roll it over to our annealer. We're going to melt the edges where we broke it off so it's not super sharp. Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. Courtney Branham, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, Kristen Elliott. And Carly, our intern. Overnight. stuff in there, keep it at constant temperature where it's hard, and then we slowly move the temperature down. So yeah, so the electric oven becomes a computerized thermostat and automatically, slowly let it cool on its own. Any of the things we make, just let it cool on its own over wet bake.
It's all dependent on the thickness. If it's thicker, it needs to be in there longer. Thicker, it needs longer. I think. As long as it's under an inch thick, it's a lower than that. That one was pretty good. I think the second one we did was probably the best one. We wanted to have at least two that they can choose from because they're going to cut part of that bubble apart too, so that things could go wrong there too. So I think the second one was the best, but that one will work. Yeah, we'd like to get it to fill out more, but it's hard to get that thing hot enough to really fill that out. We tried compressed air earlier, but that didn't seem to really help that much. I think old fashioned is the best way. Yeah, but yeah. I think we're gonna take a little break and then we're gonna make something else. Yeah, like a.
The museum, the glass blowers are going to take like a 15-minute break, and then we'll be back blowing glass again. We'll try a different design. But we're trying to come up with, a nice one to match with this table.
Depends who makes it. If Van Gogh paints a sunflower, it's worth millions. If I paint it, it's
Thank
worth
you.
$20. So
25.
yeah, 25.
I've been 30.
Yeah.
So our glass blowers are taking like a 15-minute break, and then we'll be back making more stuff. Can we play color? Oh no, he's not up there. ripple kind
The
of
ripple platter.
and color.
Yeah, I got a aqua blue light. We'll just do like a light aqua wash. Yeah, an accent.
Was your guy happy with?
I think so. I hope so.
Uh-huh.
Yes. And our kids manage to mess these up almost every time they use them.
Oh, it's hard not getting stuck
Oh, right. Okay.
because
How
you
do you
blow the
remove
bubble
it?
in there, and really by physics you shouldn't be able to get it out. But if you do it right and you pull it up, it sucks in a little bit, gets narrow, and you can get it out.
Ah, okay.
But it's when you're beginning, it's hard. You get stuck, and then you have to do the walk of shame and
Yes.
chip it
and
out.
You have to chip it out and stuff.
Yeah.
We saw your piece over at TAM yesterday.
Uh huh. Cool.
Always enjoy it.
Thank you.
Do you have any T-shirts left
Yes.
with your noodle?
Yep.
Do you have any 2XL?
No, but I could order them.
Because I would take a 2XL for me.
Okay. What I need from you is an email and a shipping address. Oh, you can pick it up here if you want.
I can pick it up here.
Or you want to ship?
Yeah,
$6 for
Thursday.
shipping. So would you rather ship it or
No, I'll pick it here.
you'll be pick it up here?
Pick it up
Okay,
here.
it's gonna
What are
take
they,
a week
40?
or so because I gotta order it.
Uh-huh. And so what are they, 40?
No, $28 plus 6 for shipping,
Okay.
and that
34
includes
bucks.
tax.
Okay.
So they're really sort of $25 plus
Uh-huh.
tax.
Right on.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
2XL.
So 2XL. I'll order one when I get home tonight.
Thank you. Thank you, because I've been jealous. I've seen other people wearing them since gas.
I'm coming out with a new design, a goblet assembly one.
This is my friend Costas.
Hi,
my bestie
Costas.
from
Nice to meet
London.
you, Walt.
Walt Lieberman. Walt is an excellent artist. We saw his work yesterday. He's also the MC here. And so he does this music. And then he also puts these incredible songs on the floor of what the artist is going to have as their talk. And when we do our residencies, we do our hearings with our studios when they're here. And he did this cool T-shirt that's one of his chalked on a black t-shirt.
No, I've seen like some those that was stuff on YouTube. It was that live. The whole process of doing the
Say
stage.
that again?
When was that recorded?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, I have seen some of the videos on YouTube. You know, actually I'm on the other side. I'm in London.
Right.
I'm not living here, but I've seen some of your
Yeah, we have a
videos.
stream,
Yeah,
and we have stuff on our YouTube channel.
yeah, I've seen some of that stuff on YouTube.
And YouTube's actually better because it's edited. You just don't see him walking back and forth to the bench 100 times. You just see the good parts.
Yeah, I was telling him it's so weird to see because I've seen this on YouTube so many times, and now to be actually here, it's a different.
You're living in a movie this
Yeah, no,
week.
I am actually totally. Nice work.
Are you associated with Glass somehow?
No,
Nope. Nope. What's your connection?
Associated with me.
Oh, but just friends?
Yeah, we're best friends. And
Oh.
we did our PhDs together
Oh, wow.
in London.
Education, this kind of thing?
And this is the first time that he's been to the west coast of America.
All right.
Second time he's ever been to America.
See how lovely it is here. When you go back home, tell everybody it was just raining all the time, so they don't move. That's what we do. It really never rains.
you know they can't come. We don't have a visa, so we have to
Oh,
stay
that's right.
on the other side. But we can visit just.
What do you got? You must have a visa or something.
I don't have a visa.
We got a
But it's
passport.
But it's alright. We have friends, and we don't need a visa. We have friends.
Yeah, I know. I'm also associated with this glass school called the Pilchuck School,
We're going there Thursday.
and we've had a lot of trouble over the past since 2001 with this foreign students getting visas.
It make it more difficult for me.
A couple of people didn't even get in the country this summer.
Yeah,
People from Japan.
yeah. I
They
mean,
didn't let 'em in.
ridiculous. I mean, not people, who are accused of anything. People from totally different countries have these troubles because they just made all sorts of crappy rules.
Well, and part of it is also language. And so when a student says, I'm coming to work at Pilchuck, they're not coming to work at Pilchuck.
Come to
They're
study.
coming to visit and study at Pilchuck. And as soon as they say work in the airport, then the people at the passport control, well, where's
board and said, do you have a return ticket? Because it was the last minute. I said, no, I didn't book anything. I just came here. He says, have you booked anything? I said, no, I haven't booked. And he said, how much money do you have? And I was like, you can't ask me how much money I have. That's. And they said, of course we can ask. How much money do you have? And I said, and they said, you have internet banking on your phone. I said, like, sure you have. Anyway, so rules are changing.
Yeah, no, it's paranoid. They're really, at least under American law, they're once you get into that customs world, they can pretty much do anything they want to. It's
And then I was looking at all those people who have printed the ESTA, and I haven't printed anything. I didn't even remember the password, and I was like, oh my god, I hope they don't. Anyway, they didn't ask for anything. So
But I knew you filled it out because you asked me
I
for all the
did, I did.
information like
I
a month
can't
ago.
come otherwise. I had to do it, but like I did it a month ago, and I couldn't remember. You know, I've done it so like it's happening. Anyway, sorry. Anyway, so we
We're
will see
gonna,
you.
yeah, we're gonna go to Pilchuck on Thursday. We're taking 25 of our students,
oh right, right.
and so I'm taking Kostas with me, so he's gonna get to experience it for
Yeah,
3 days.
gorgeous.
And I think that we're gonna come back early so we can come to Red Hot.
There we go. You don't want to go to it. You of all people don't want to go to another fundraiser.
I know. I feel bad though. Debbie called me the other day and she's like, "I really want you there." And I'm like, "Oh, but I have a friend in town and blah blah blah." And so anyhow, and
I
then
think I'm gonna get.
Trenton,
Tell you you think you're gonna get 24-hour COVID. So
well, Trenton is gonna be the featured
That's
artist,
right.
surprise.
Okay.
and he's with us up at Pilchuck. And I was like, you know what? I want to support Trenton too. So I think we'll come back, and I think I might wear jeans. Because
Be bold.
well, I didn't tell him we were going to a gala when he packed his bags. He's not gonna let Kostas
That's all
wear
right. I think
jeans.
we have. I think we have to. We can go shopping. Like I'm up for shopping.
There you go.
And if we don't come, let clothes
I
stop
hate
us.
those things. I never go to any of them.
Yeah, they're not my favorite, but I like to support the org. But when I came to the last one here, they sat me next to this guy who was a friend of one of your board members,
Okay.
and I didn't know him. And we chatted a little bit because there was this bike ride, and he kept getting drunker and drunker. And then when they did the race the paddle, I raced the paddle at $100 because I had already bought like a $400 ticket, and I was like, and he's like, "What are you, some kind of a cheapskate?" And I was like,
What are you, some kind of an asshole?
"What?" Oh, I couldn't fucking believe it because it's like, you're absolutely right. You go to like 20 of these things, and I give everybody $100, and so that's a lot of money. And especially if you buy auction items and you do the other things. It's like,
And the
fuck
tickets are
off.
expensive.
And the tickets are expensive, and so it's like, fuck off. Yeah, I didn't buy a ticket to the Pilchuck Gala because their tickets are $325 this year. So I'm gonna talk to Chris when I go up this week, and I was like, well, if you want me to be there, you need to
Sounds like
give me a comp ticket line. It is.
was work pay for those things?
No, I did not. Yeah, I don't have a line item in my budget for things like that. I know some people do put that in there,
Oh,
but
people go on a business trip. The company that they're doing business for pays for it.
yeah, and it's different when it's professional development. Like if there's some like training that I go to, it's more money. But for galas and fundraising events, I don't have a line.
Hi, how are you guys? Good. So today we're doing a collaboration with the Pacific Bonsai Museum. You know the bonsai trees, and we're making elements for their displays. So we're going to make this kind of oval platter that kind of looks like the ripples in a pond, and we have a very tricky mold, and you'll see that happen. So, are you guys familiar with glass blowing? Okay. So, the man leading our team today is Courtney Branham. He's the man with the big long beard. He's an excellent glass blower, and oddly enough, he works both at the Pacific Bonsai Museum and here. So he's a bonsai guy and a very talented glass blower. He's sort of been the bridge between these two institutions. We're going to drip off some excess glass into that steel can. That glass will save and eventually go back in the furnace. All glass, when it's really hot, looks orange. The orange color you're seeing is the glow from the heat. When the glass cools off, the orange glow will disappear, and you'll see its natural color, which I think is a light aqua blue. So it's not gonna, you're not going to even get a hint of that till we get towards the end of the process, and it's much cooler. Does anybody have any questions? What temperature? Oh, well, the glass is, when it comes straight out of the furnace, it's 2100 degrees, and then it starts to drop immediately. So it's a big, it's not one single temperature. So Courtney is shaping the bubble with the block. The tool in his hand is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn. It doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. So Courtney's going over to our furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank, there's 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We dip the bubble in there, turn it around. Glass collects on the outside of the bubble. So we're going to make a fairly good sized ripple platter. At this point, when the glass is thick and gooey, if we see a bubble or an impurity in there that we don't want, we can physically yank it out, snip it off, and then we'll round the whole mass out again. It'll be like it was never there. So he's hunting bubbles. That's what he's doing right now. Does anybody have any questions? Could we put up some of the bonsai slides? These are taken at the Bonsai Museum, the Pacific Bonsai Museum. It's in Federal Way. So this is the organization that we'll be collaborating with. Some of the bonsai, let's stop right here for a second. In some of the bonsai arrangements, they have sort of companion, what they call accent pieces. And so this ripple platter will be an accent piece. So it won't be part of the tree itself or the container, but it'll be included in the display as an element of the display. Courtney's taking his pipe over to the pipe cooler. We lay the steel pipe in that trough. We spray water on it. That cools it down, makes it easier to hold. Does anybody have any questions? It's kind of look like a big platter that's going to look like it's rippled, sort of like ripples on a pond. It's going to be used as part of a guys.
Has he made any others yet today?
Working on different bonsai things earlier. We made a big bubble that was going to fit under that stand. So the stand will kind of float on the bubble, and then the bonsai tree will be on top of that. So it was a different design altogether. Can we put up the computer-generated image, the mock-up? So if you look up on the big screen, ma'am. So that's what we were working on this morning before lunch. So over here in the center, we have this special mold made of graphite slabs. And we're going to take the bubble and we're going to roll it over that mold. And the glass, where there's no slab, the glass will sag down in between the gaps. And we'll get a kind of a ribbed bubble. And when we spread that out into a platter, it's going to look like concentric ribs, like the ripples in a pond. So Ben is letting his bubble get cold. So we sort of have a stiff core. We're going to coat it with hot glass. And when we roll it over the mold, the hot glass will flow between the little ribs. We'll get our rib bubble.
Well, yeah, we've used it for a lot of different projects since, but I don't know if that was the reason or not. I can't remember.
So now, Ben is going over to our furnace. He's going to coat his bubble with hot molten glass. Each time we dip the bubble into the furnace, it's called a gather. Taking a gather, we'll drip the excess off into that steel can. Now we're going over to our magic rib mold. And you can see the ribs starting to form. So the glass is just sagging between those slabs of graphite. So in the center, Ben is kind of reinforcing those ribs. He's going to make a narrow part. He's going to make a narrow crease in the glass so that we have a place where we can break it off the metal pipe. Has anybody got any questions? So Ben is using the jacks, those metal tongs, to make a nice sharp crease. That crease is the place we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. The man in the maroon shirt seated to the left of the workbench, he's the guy that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube and inflating the glass while the man sitting at the bench shapes it. So Gabe is blowing as beneath the bench shapes it. You can see it getting bigger. It's just like blowing up a balloon. So we want this glass piece to be oval shaped, not round. So before we open it up, we're going to give it a big squeeze. And it won't be round anymore when we open it up. It'll be an oval. She's got those two cork pads. The pads are made out of cork, just like cork in a wine bottle. The cork allows us to press on the glass without leaving any marks. It's going to look like a little pond, sort of. It's going to be an oval. It's going to have ripples in it, like ripples in a pond. So it'd be sort of next to a bonsai thing. So we've spun that a little bit, and the centrifugal force pulls the sides out a little bit. It'll make it even more oval-like. So the final shape will look nothing like what it looks right now. This is sort of how we get there. So next thing we're going to do is transfer the glass from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. So we're going to spin this thing out so it's completely flat. This is the way you make a flat plate, or this is the way they used to make window glass back in the Middle Ages. Has anybody got any questions? Questions are free. No? So Gabe in the maroon shirt has the punty, the second steel rod. We'll attach it to the bottom. When they feel that bond is strong enough, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. We'll drip some water where we want it to break, give the pipe a tap, and off it comes. So now it's held from the bottom, the top is exposed, the top can now be heated and shaped. So now we're going to widen the opening at the top. We're going to keep just coaxing it out little by little. So it's going to get wider, wider, wider. And at the end, we're going to heat it up and spin it real fast, and it'll become a flat disc. Do you guys have any questions? No is an okay answer.
So they're making a different piece over there on the far side, or they?
I'm not sure what they're up to. I think they're starting the next. Hi, how are you guys? You guys have any questions? We're making, it's going to be a big oval platter. It's going to look like kind of the ripples in a pond. And we're doing a collaboration with the Bonsai, Pacific Bonsai Museum. The little trees, you know? Yeah. So it's going to be part of the display. It's going to be like a little pond next to the little tree. So that's actually blue. It's like a blue, like a aqua water blue. But because it's hot, you're seeing the orange glow in the heat. But when it cools down, it's going to be kind of an aqua blue. Uh, 20 minutes. So we're going to widen that opening. One of the glass blowers is putting a wooden paddle across the front to keep it nice and straight. Ben has a tool called his Parchofis. It's very similar to the jacks, except it has wooden blades instead of steel blades. And we use it a lot on shapes that are kind of soft. Yes, it's a light aqua blue. I can't see that either. I only know that because Courtney told me. When we heat the glass with a torch like that, we can focus the heat in a particular area, make that area extra hot and therefore extra soft. We're making like a little kind of oval platter. It's going to look kind of like a pond that has concentric ripples in it. It's going to be part of a bonsai display for the Pacific Bonsai Museum. So it's here we go. So then centrifugal force spins it out. We go from a three-dimensional object to a flat plate. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to place it in a special oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. A few drops of water on the joint between the metal rod and the glass. The water will crack that joint. A light tap will release it. Sarah will take it to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. Ben Cobb, Sarah Gilbert, Courtney Branham, Kristen Elliott, and Carly. There, take care. We're going to make another one, so it's not the end of the day yet. You get little improvements each time.
And it's really fun to see Courtney work here versus at the museum, where he's just fantastic.
We all love Courtney. Very much. Very talented.
We can make Cinderella over there. Yeah. Too smaller, maybe. Smelt on the water?
So this glass that we're making is part of a collaboration between the Museum of Glass and the Pacific Bonsai Museum. So we're making some glass pieces that are going to be accent pieces as part of the display of the bonsai trees. Courtney, the man sitting at the workbench in the gray shirt. He's both a bonsai enthusiast, an employee at the museum, and also a glass blower here at the Museum of Glass. So he's sort of our bridge guy between the two museums. Like it's going to be in a flat platter. Okay. It's going to have sort of concentric ripples, like ripples on a pond. It's going to be part of a display with the bonsai trees. So it's going to be sort of like symbolic, like a little pond. So we're letting that bubble cool and stiffen a bit. And then we're going to coat it with more molten glass. So we want to have sort of a cold core and fresh hot molten glass on the outside. And when we roll it over our graphite mold, the hot glass that's soft on the outside will sag between the blades of the mold and we'll get our ridged effect. Can we get a close up of the mold? It's on the marver in the center. See if we can get you so you guys can see that. So that mold is made up of a set of graphite slabs, and there's a little gap between each slab. When we roll the glass over that, the glass will sag down between those slabs, and we'll get a ridged look on the side of the bubble. It'll be easier to imagine once we do it, and we're going to do it pretty soon. Hi, how are you guys? Good. You guys have any questions? Anything you'd like to know? All the secrets of Venice. Yours for $17. I said all the secrets of Venice. Yeah. It originated in the Middle East, sort of where Syria and Lebanon is now. it up with a vengeance. They became really good at it. But it's originally a Middle Eastern art.
She just really loves it. She loves the exhibits here.
Oh, good. Good.
It's super fascinating. Impressive everything you guys can do here.
What?
It's impressive everything you guys do here.
What? We're making, it's going to look like a kind of little oval platter. And it's going to be part of a display for the Bonsai Museum. They have bonsai, you know, those miniature trees, the Japanese. And so they have what they call accent pieces that go along with the trees. So it's going to kind of symbolically look like a little pond with ripples.
Where's that going to be at?
The Bonsai Museum is at Federal Way. Uh, it's at the old Weyerhaeuser headquarters. Are you local? I don't know if you're. I can tell you these things, but if you're not local, you wouldn't know.
I mean, I've lived here for a little bit now, but I'm still finding my way around.
You know, it's in Federal Way.
I know a Federal Way.
Yeah, which is just a little north of here, and it's a building that used to be the headquarters of the Weyerhaeuser Lumber, where they make all the plywood. Almost every sheet of plywood you see says Weyerhaeuser. And anyway, they moved their headquarters, and the Bonsai Museum is now there. Can we put up some of the bonsai slides? Oh, wait. So watch. This is the money move right here. So we take that bubble, and we roll it on that graphite mold. And the little slabs of graphite have a little space between them. And the glass starts to sag between those little slabs, and it gives us the ribs. Can you see the ribs forming? So we're going to take that bubble and we're going to spread it out flat. Instead of being rings on the side, they'll be concentric circles, like dropping a rock into a pond.
Are all the tools you guys use here all wood or graphite?
No, we use steel, wood, graphite, newspaper.
I would never thought newspaper.
Oh yeah, that's probably our most important tool.
Really?
So now we're going to start blowing it up. Gabe, the man seated to the left, he's the person that'll be blowing. He'll blow through the steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflate it as Ben, sitting at the bench, shapes it. Sarah, standing up, is heating the glass in the glory hole. The glory hole is that round oven. It runs on natural gas and forced air. You keep it at approximately 2,300 degrees. So make the glass hot and soft. And when she brings it back to the workbench, we can shape it. We can also start to blow it up to its full size. So the man in the maroon shirt, seated to the left of the workbench, he's blowing and inflating the glass while the man sitting at the workbench shapes it. Anybody have any questions? So we want this sort of pond to be oval. So we're going to squeeze it with some cork pads. And when we spin it out, instead of becoming a big round flat plate, it'll become an oval plate. If you want it to be bigger, you blow it up. So we've blown through the tube as things getting bigger so we can make a nice big flat plate out of it.
I have some questions for you about glass. How come glass doesn't conduct electricity easily?
Well, it does when it's molten, and it doesn't when it's cold.
You know why I asked that question? You know why I'm asking that question?
No, I don't.
Because in Pokemon, when Team Rocket tries to seal an electric Pokemon called Pikachu, they put him in a glass container because they know that glass does not conduct electricity easily.
No, glass has the metal sodium in it,
Yes.
and if you get the glass hot, you'll have sodium ions, and they can actually conduct electricity. We do a little experiment here at the museum for school science trips. We'll blow a little cup, we'll fill it with molten glass, we'll put two electrodes in there, and then we'll connect it to a light or a radio, and the glass conducts electricity, but as the glass cools off,
It becomes
the,
more electric.
no, the sodium ions are not as mobile. The stuff is thicker, and when it cools off, it doesn't conduct electricity at all.
Okay, okay, hold on, wait. Well, actually, I've read that insulators do become electric, don't conductive at the breakdown voltage.
Yeah, when the glass is molten, it'll conduct electricity. When it's cold
It
and
will
solid,
not.
it will not.
Well, let me ask you. When glass is cold, okay, what is the breakdown voltage for glass when glass is cold?
I have So we're transferring the bubble from the rod it was originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. Have any questions? What? Yes. Well, I mean, we made one, we finished it. This is the second one. We made the big bubbles for the stands in the morning. We made one after lunch. Now we're making these kind of Ripley platters. So we're going to open that up slowly, slowly, slowly. Right at the end, we'll spin it real fast. The edges will splay out. We'll have a flat, kind of oval plate with the concentric rings. We're pressing on the inside. The tool in Ben's hand is called a parchophy. So we're getting ready to spin it out flat. Ben is standing at the oven. He's going to get that really hot, and the centrifugal force will start to widen it open, and then he'll spin it really fast, and the thing will go flat. Because we gave it the little squeeze, it's going to be oval instead of round. So we'll use this platter as part of a display of the bonsai trees. They call it an accent piece. Yes. They're concentric now, like the ripples in a pond. And into our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. Just the light and stuff. I mean, let's go look just like ripples on a pond. supio is the long tube.
Yeah, it's just
And
a
the
tube.
supieto is the supieto is the individual little
Yeah.
spark. people are each twisting in the same direction.
Yeah, and then I saw some comment
Oh,
on those
it
like
goes
websites.
on
Oh
and
my
on and
god.
on.
Maybe just reach out and choke them over the internet.
Best not to engage. That's my new motto.
What's that?
I said best not to engage at all.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
When I reach for the keyboard, just pull my arms back.
Yeah, yeah. Just forget about it.
What? It depends on the weather. They are blowing glass, yes. Those are ovens. What? There's two kinds of ovens. There's the glory holes. Those are the round ones with the doors open. Those run at 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. The glass furnaces with the molten glass in them, those run at 2,100.
No, they come out as balls, right? The glass comes out as a ball.
Sort of. The glass, can we put up the furnace diagram? So that's what that looks like inside. There's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot, is 1,000 pounds of melted glass in a big ceramic pot. And the glass at that temperature has the consistency of honey. So it's like dipping into a big jar of honey. So we take the steel pipe, we dip it in, we twirl it around, a little bit of glass sticks to the pipe. He went to your school. Cool. Uh huh. Nice. Yep. Yeah, he's living in Seattle now. You can cut it with a scissors. But how much what is? We have a gift store. We don't have classes. No. Nope. There's two private studios down the street, and they have classes. Oh, thanks for coming in, guys. So today we're doing a collaboration with the Pacific Bonsai Museum, and we're making various glass pieces that are going to be used as part of the displays that they display the bonsai trees in. So this right time we made a wooden mold. We're trying to get a textured piece off of that wooden mold.